Hey, I was going to tell her something.
Good morning, Sheddies!
Yo. What's up, y'all?
How's everyone doing today? Let me get rid of some of this stuff here. Glad to have everyone on today. What's up, Rebecca and Melissa? Melissa's back. Finally.
What's up, Heather?
Heather Marie. Happy to have everyone.
Hey, Melissa.
Coming to hang out today. Everyone's here to see Erica. It's clear.
That's why everybody tuned in early.
And Rick, because I think last time we had Rick Campanella on,
He gave away some
seeds and everyone kind of went crazy over it.
He still didn't send me a pack.
He sort of did say that. We'll follow.
He sent who a pack? You?
Oh, no, he didn't send me a pack.
Oh,
he sent the winner of the pack. Which
and he didn't send my tax?
They got it.
Man, that's crazy.
No, well, I think once we tell him that you're starting your own grow in the next couple of days, maybe he'll want to throw you some seeds to pop.
They're not going to be the first ones because I already know my first girl going to be whack.
So...
You got to fail to win, right? Nobody smoking my first set, only me.
What's up, Amanda Holland? Hey, Jody.
Nobody smoking my first shit. Hell
Good morning, everybody.
I might let y'all see pictures. I'm thinking about it. It depends on how good it look. Yeah. Good morning, Jody.
We actually have, maybe I'm going to be smart today.
Actually, me and Melissa, I think we're going to have to change your name because Rebecca's actually the real mean one. I still ain't forgot. She said I had a 5 head. So we're going to do this measurement every day for her to let her know it only takes 4 of my fingers to cover up my forehead. Okay.
And I think you're even
giving a little extra with my.
Extra,
come on.
You're allowed to go above the eyebrows. I think.
Come, 3 exactly.
And that's because you have such huge sausage fingers. They're not even sausage fingers. They're like kielbasa. They're giant hands.
Hey, bro, that's not. Whose side are you on?
No, it's a self-measurement.
No, because then she gonna be like, well, if I put my hand, it's gonna be 5.
Proportionately, you are a 3 head. You're not even a 4 head. Right?
Hey, bro.
Proportionately. It matters proportionately.
You didn't have to add that. You could have just left that out. You could have just left it at, your head is 4. That's it.
You can't bring in like a baby hand and put it on your forehead and decide that's how you're going to measure like...
But I didn't. I used my hand.
It's like a 9 head.
I used my hand.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So you don't have to speak about other people's hands. You just talk about my hand. My hands is normal hands for what I did for a living. That's what it was. That's how it happened. My head grew, actually. It got bigger while I was playing. It got like a whole centimeter bigger. I remember. So in high school, I had the second biggest head on the team. And then in college, I had the third biggest head on the team. Then when I got to the Browns, I had the second biggest head. And then they measured it. So in high school, it was 61 centimeters around circumference. Then in college, it was 62. Yeah, it's big. 62, yes, centimeters around circumference. Wait, I think, 62. It might have been 62. Yeah, it was 62. Okay. And then when I got to the Browns, they measured it at 62 and a half. I don't know how you do a half, but the trainer said half because he was joking because my head is big. And he was like, hey, it's 62. And I was like, oh, that's crazy. That's kind of big. He was like, it's actually 62 and a half. And then everybody laughed. So I was like, yeah, that's not funny.
So when they measure you, it's part of it's for like the helmet, right? They want to measure you for the helmet and stuff.
Yeah, extra large helmet is for 60s and above. 2X is 65, 63 and above. I almost made a 2X, but I didn't make it. It's only like 3 2Xs in the entire league. It's only like 3 of them. It almost had one.
So in further defense of you, your hands actually shrunk after the league, right? Because your ring is even big on you right now, right?
Yeah.
Which means that you may have been like a 2.5 head.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you cover for me. The other way was wrong. That way was right. That way was right. You talk about my hands.
I kind of feel like they were both
compared.
right.
No, the last one you was bringing other people's hands, and now you say
No, just your hands. I was just saying you have like. It was leading up to the whole proportionate.
All right, we can start talking about my head now. I'm already self-conscious of it. That's why I went. Hey, look at that's why. If y'all know, if anybody see a picture of me from the time I was 21-ish, 20 to about 25, 26, I wore nothing but hats because my hairline was going back, and I was so sad because I had waves and I had good hair. I used to brush it all day. I used to just do this all day till my arm be like numb. That's probably why I got big arms, because I was doing this all the time. Right after I was done playing, I was just brushing my hair. But then when I got to college, turned 21, I looked in the mirror and I was like, oh shit.
Did you just say part of your workout was all of the brushing?
The hell yeah, because I used to brush my hair like 7-8 hours a day, all day, in class, everything. I got suspended for brushing my hair.
Is that kind of like wax on, wax off with Karate Kid?
Probably. I got suspended for brushing my hair because the teacher told me, hey, you need to stop brushing your hair and do your work. And I was like, at the time, I was a little different than I am now. And, I had like a back talking issue to where if you say something to me, I say something back. But depending on how you said it to me, I say it back in the same energy. So, or a little bit more energy. And so she was like, hey, Tate, you need to stop brushing your hair in my class every day. And I was like, well, Miss Johnson, I'm not going to stop brushing my hair every day. She was like, get out. And I was like, I don't like this class anyway. And I slammed my book, and I remember walking out.
And that's how you got your certificate in hairdressing. They're like, put him into the hairdressing class. Good morning, Amy, Vanessa, Rianne, Sharon.
I love you.
And
melon.
Everyone is coming to defense of your, not my words, your melon.
Somebody said my head go like this, like a house. That's not funny. My head don't do that. It's not like that. It's kind of like.
It's like a house with
It's
like a house with a rounded roof, is what you're saying. Houses are strong.
So you compare my head to a house? Is that, are you saying like my head is supposed to be like in a neighborhood block? Like it got an address?
No, not like size-wise.
You say it has like a 2-car garage?
There's tiny houses. Amazon sells the tiny houses. It doesn't mean it's like a giant house.
So my head is a house. It couldn't be like something smaller, like, what normal people say? Maybe a bread box?
Look, Heather Marie says
instead of bread box, we use bread box a lot.
Ladies, I think most of your head could fit in a bread box. I'm pretty sure.
Bro, what? Yo, y'all hear this?
No,
this is what I'm saying.
The nature of heads is such, like...
Bro, I be admiring his tie tricks, and look what I get in return. Look what I get in return. Look at the abuse I get on camera in front of people. But it's okay. This is the reason why I am who I am, because even though I can dish it, I can take it.
Erica is totally like, I now know why I never went on this show.
Oh, by the way, Erica's here, everybody. Not that, not that I, yeah. Hey, Erica. How are you?
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Oh, I gotta put your other thing up, because you are...
Can they see me?
You are... You're a NECANN's nominee for a local kid gone national. I had forgotten to put that part up, right? Isn't that your... Aren't you nominated for that?
Can I get my credit, please?
Oh, no. So I have your name, and I have the other good stuff. I have that you're senior sales executive at Mammoth Microbes, which is an awesome company.
That sounds way more professional.
But and I was going to sort of say that I know that it's an honor to be nominated for an award, but when I was writing it out, I was like, is it Kid Gone National, or is it like local?
It is, but there's also a lot of adults. I mean, like, Why is it kid? I don't know, but like Danny Danko was nominated too, and he's definitely not a child.
We're all kids at heart,
think-
right? Maybe.
I think like we were all kids at one time. We're all local kids at one time, so we've gone national. I don't know. I don't love the wording of it. Someone was calling me hometown girl after I won last year. I can't remember who came up with that, but I thought that was hilarious.
Was that actually that wasn't actually an award last year, was it?
No. No, yeah. Local kid gone national. I won. I already won. I got nominated again.
Oh, what?
Do you want to see my trophy?
Yeah, please. And I'm gonna
Smash the buttons in honor of
Ooh,
Eric.
look. That's cool.
Am I holding it
That's
properly?
tight.
That is pretty sweet.
2018 NECANN, local kid gone national.
Nice.
So I've already won once. I've been nominated again. I don't know if you can win 2 times in a row, but we'll try.
I was just fixing your picture a little bit so we can see you better. Felt it was blocking stuff.
Again.
No, so I'm rooting for
morning.
you to like run this. You know what would be really super awesome, and I don't mean this like I mean this all in good fun, is if you somehow won for like the next 8 or 9 years in a row.
And then we'll just turn it into the Erica Diener Award.
That's usually what they do when somebody keeps winning. They just change it to their award.
Yeah, so
Right.
this way you can't actually win it anymore.
Yeah.
Right. And then I'll just be the person that like gives it out. I'll be like the person who presents the award.
Most likely, you can be the host of that segment. You have to
Yeah.
come up and like, and my award goes to.
So Erica, you're super awesome, and we can totally just talk about whatever. And you and I didn't really talk beforehand too much about
I have
you.
no idea what the plan is. So
You
I'm
coming
just
on
here.
today. So I just want to let you know that you have like we can talk about anything.
This
that
is your platform.
we can talk about anything that you want.
I mean, you can talk about me. I mean, us, or whatever. You know.
I'm pretty sure every time I go live, we talk about me and Eric. So
Oh, I mean, it seems to go together, right? Like PB and J.
something like that.
Well, Erica's a good name, so I know Eric means king, and I'm assuming Erica would mean queen. So just saying, I'm just saying that's what our names mean, So we just got to live up to those attributes.
And to be fair, it would be like the most sickening power couple name ever, right?
I'm just saying.
People would be like, they don't really love each other. It was just about the names. Like a PR person, they have the same PR person. They're like,
Stop.
you guys need to be together. So
We gotta stop talking about that. You can't be like embarrassing her on camera.
You guys making me blush over here.
I know. I blush too. It's just I got a little melanin in my skin, so it doesn't really work.
the like,
But I did get sunburned in Mexico. Believe it or not, I got
sunburned right now.
like all on my back up here. That was the first time I ever been sunburned. I was like, yo, what is this? Now I see why they be complaining. Cause it hurt as soon as I laid down. It felt like I was laying on an open wound. I'm like, and I'm used to getting turf burns and stuff, but like, nah, that was a different type of feeling.
I'm just laughing as like a lily white guy who had to live through that for many years.
And I experienced it
Probably
one
get
day.
really
It
bad
was,
sunburn.
I was horrified by it. I was like, oh yeah, never again. I'm gotta darken up a bit.
What's up, Lady J? And
Eric Martin is crushing hardcore.
Latoya with a capital T.
Everybody think I'm crushing right now, which is fine. I'm just being me. That's it. I don't know why people would think that. This is the same old normal person I am, any other time I'm on camera. For the last 70 some days, I'm tired.
What is today? 78.
I'm
I think
tired.
today's 78.
It's 78. Yeah.
So Erica, I guess did you guys find, like, at work, did you find a little bit of a dip until, like, all the cannabis businesses were deemed essential businesses, or most of them?
Nope.
It was just
I've been busier than I've ever been ever as far as business goes. We are doing better than we did last year this time of year. And I mean, my life is totally different, but business wise, we're doing totally fine. You know, I'm definitely not enjoying this at all.
Huh. Well,
Really?
and so now that hey Trish, welcome. Now that like things are starting to get phased back in and stuff, did I hear that you might be trying to plan a little road trip at some point soon?
Yeah, I have like a vintage camper I'm trying to take cross country maybe next month, but I want to buy a new like recreational vehicle to tow it with. So I'm trying to convince my friend to sell me her FJ Cruiser.
That's a good
Just because
car.
I just got like a brand new Subaru and I don't want to pull it with that really. So I'm looking for something I can kind of beat up on a little bit and like take off roading and stuff. So yeah, I'm like so ready to get out. This has like been the worst time for me in my life. I hate being home this much. I mean, you guys know how much I normally travel, so it's thrown me off my game.
Well, you have made the best of being home by not only learning how to play the bass, which you've been sharing with everyone, and
Beast.
and B, just sort of deciding to move in the middle of a pandemic.
Totally. I moved, but I moved in like I live in the middle of nowhere. Like I couldn't be in a better area to be socially distant in. You know, and I'm just out here like trying to like survive a pandemic and like help the revolution and learn the bass and
Help
you
the
know, I don't
revolution.
know. I literally have only left my house to go protest. That's it.
And we were lucky enough to see you out there for a couple minutes.
Oh yeah.
In Boston.
Which, by the way, so remember when we were like, hey, do you want to ride? And you were like, no, I'm with a bunch of people, right?
Yeah.
And then we were like, oh, cool. Like we'll just drive back and we're going to park the car and we'll see you in a minute.
Right.
And then we started driving and it was like driving. And then finally where we stopped, I was like, that's going to be like a good 25, 30 minute walk.
You guys went somewhere else then. Because we went down like on the corner where like the park entrance was. I think you guys went to that park is huge.
Yeah.
It's really easy to get lost. And there were like groups of people on like each
Every
side of
second.
the park at night that night. So like we went kind of to the right and we were standing there was a bunch of people right at the entrance of the park, kind of just like, you know, cheering on the street corner. And we were over there for a little bit. I didn't stay that much longer after I saw you guys either. You know, I like drove home that night and I live like 3 hours away. So
Yeah, that's a huge effort for you to be coming out like all the way to some of these places like around Boston.
That's love
yeah,
though.
I drove 3 hours to Providence too.
That's
But
love.
I mean, it's like worth it for me to go out and like support my friends and people that I care about that are, you know, I used to live in Providence. I live in Massachusetts. I spend a lot of time in Boston. A lot of my friends are up there.
Yep.
So it was, you know, more important. I drive all the time. I'm like, what? Like, I can't wait to get the hell out of my house.
So I have been like admiring your little camper, but also secretly, like even I don't think you probably don't even remember this, but like 2 months ago when you were first like, and it was just before your friend like talked you into like, hey, let's plan something, right? And you mentioned something, and I was just like, like, hey, yeah, you know, if you're getting rid of the little camper, like, which I know you should never get rid of it. The little camper is.
I wouldn't ever sell it. There is not even a question about it. There's no way I would ever sell that camper.
I personally, if I were you, I would turn somehow, like, even if someday I was like, this camper's no good to like camp in anymore, I would turn it into some sort of art installation in my backyard or something like.
It's a 1975 vintage bowler, and it's like in great shape. Like, it doesn't look amazing from the outside, but I'd like to repaint it. But I mean, it's got flat screen TV, surround sound. It's got like, I've got solar panels on it. I've got
fun.
TV with satellite. I can like pick up channels. It's got like a mini fridge, a stove, everything you need. I've driven with that. Like when I moved out to California the first time, that's when I bought that camper. So I moved cross country with that camper. I've driven it up and down the entire West Coast like 3 times. I've taken it back and forth across the country 2 times. It's been to like almost every state.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Can I tell you that Eric and I have been talking about renting an RV
For real.
and driving to Nebraska
For my college game and having
Can
some
I
fun.
come?
You know,
You want to come?
Road trip.
Do you want to come?
Huh?
Yeah.
Ooh.
When?
I do this all. By the way, I do
Eric's
this.
like, how are you flying
you
by
can,
the
we can, yeah.
What
Oh.
flight?
You can fly there. You can catch the flight. You can really drive.
He's gonna be like, I'm gonna get. There's
Yeah,
something.
like that.
There's gonna be like the limo screen thing. You'd be like, yeah, Mike, you love to drive. Right? It's like, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't even know RVs had those things.
Throw him with 3.5, he'll be all right. Throw him with 3.5, he'll be all right.
The
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So we're
the blackout.
we're totally planning on driving. We're totally planning on driving from here to Nebraska, and then like ideally getting some sort of like VIP treatment because he played for them and sort of
Hell yeah, we get VIP treatment. I wish they would try to
change the face of college football while he played there.
I wish they would try to do something to me. Man, I got all kinds of stuff in there with my face on it. I go in there and be like, take all this off. If they don't show me no love, at least. They don't look at. So when I go back, we have our equipment guys. Our equipment guys, they are rude. They are rude individuals, and I don't know if they still there. They might be still there. But look, it was crazy. So our school, so they give us new equipment to wear, like cleats. You know, we had gloves, jerseys, stuff like that. You know, and so the gloves and the cleats, we usually get them a lot. Gloves, cleats, and socks, we get them a lot. So anytime we wanted some new stuff, we had to go in there and ask them, like, hey, buddy, can we get, can I get some socks? I need some new socks. My socks ripped. I'm wearing cleats. They ripped. He'd be like, yeah, let me see them. And then he'd check them. He'd be like, they all right. You can. He'd be like, what? Bro, just give me some new socks. Like, this is Nebraska. Okay, so understand Nebraska. Nebraska is, in the 90s, was one of the best college teams those 10 years. It was either number 1 or number 2. That whole decade, you can either say them or Miami was the best college. But Nebraska was Adidas' first college football sponsor. So Adidas was only doing soccer and stuff. When they decided to come to football, they went to Nebraska, and Nebraska gave them their first Adidas sponsor. So understand, we supposed to get everything first as Adidas' first college football team. So when you got somebody in the equipment room being stingy over some socks, over some Adidas socks, it's like, bro, come on, we win football games. Like we at least win 9 games every year. Give us some. So one day we was messing around. We was like, hey Jay, when the new gloves coming out, when the new football gloves, like we want to get some new gloves. He's like, oh yeah, they'll be here soon. So like literally a week later, his son at the time was probably 2 years old, like just started walking, like he can run and stuff, but he run out with the gloves on to our practice, like, yeah, like playing with the new gloves, catching footballs, and we like, yo, is them the new gloves? And Jay like, Yeah, they the new ones. We should be getting them soon. Soon, how he got them? Like, why your son got them on? He don't play like this for us. And but it was all, that's the love when I tell you they don't show us when we go back to Nebraska. So like when I go back, I want some gear, I want some shirts, I want some pants, I want some socks, some gear, because you made $5 million a game off of us. Like we deserve something in return. So that's what I mean. Like if they don't show me no love when I go back, I'm ripping all my stuff off the wall.
What kind of food do they have in Nebraska?
Like
what are they famous for?
Nothing.
Mostly they're
nothing. It's like corn husks.
Corn.
Not even corn.
So the corn that they grow, is for cow feed. It's not even like the good corn. It's the corn that they use to make cows fatter. So it's not even edible corn. But like the best food out there they're known for is like their steak. They have great steaks. Their cows out there are very well.
Isn't that Omaha though?
I bet
Omaha, Nebraska.
California
Omaha's in Nebraska.
Okay, I guess I get the whole.
I was sponsored by Omaha Steaks. Omaha, what's that place called?
Omaha Steaks.
Yeah, is that what it's called? Omaha Steaks. Yeah, they used to send me beef every week when I was playing. That's how I got so fat.
Scotty Too Hottie must be in the audience, even though he isn't saying anything.
Hello, Scott. Hope you and your family are doing well. Oh, he must have. Yeah,
hey, Scott. We love you, Scott. We miss you.
Man, Scott, I'm about to come down to the fish tank store and get some fish. I'm about to steal me a couple.
So I know we're joking and talking and fun, but you're
some fish.
You're totally. We would totally be psyched if you wanted to come on the road trip with us.
When are you guys going?
Yeah, I'd be totally psyched if you came on a road trip with me.
He means us.
Singular.
So it's football season, right? So it's probably going to be like, maybe September, November or something? We just have to sort of pick a home game. We have to pick a home game.
I don't even know if they're letting people back in the crowds still. I know Nebraska
They'll let us back in, though.
I know Nebraska will, but I don't know if they're going to have like...
Even if they distance everyone and make it so not as many people can sit there, we're still going to be able to go.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be on the sideline. I don't know what they're going to do with y'all.
We're all going to be on the sideline.
Hey, like I said, I don't control Nebraska and they people. Look, all I know is they try to press me about being on the sideline. I'm going to have a lot to say. Now, if they press y'all, I'm going to say something for y'all, but that doesn't mean that it's going to work. I'm just saying that I will be like, yo, that's my brothers and sisters. Can't you tell? And they'd be like, no. And I'll be like, well, they are.
I'm at least getting in. I don't care.
No, it'll be fun though. They'll have, usually before the games, the buses, when they pick the players up from the hotels, they drive a certain route throughout the city. So all the RVs, all the people who paid like $50,000 a year for an RV spot, they sit there and they wave at the buses as we're going to the stadium and stuff. And then the whole city shuts down for a football game. Literally all of downtown Lincoln, they block the streets. And the only buses that come through the streets are the players. And then during the game, it's basically all like just people drinking, walking around, falling over. It's fun. Like it's a massive city tailgate party, and it's crazy. You can look if you not you, but like if you go on YouTube and you guys see some of like the tunnel walks, Nebraska tunnel walks, you will see how they show the from the time we watch the video at the hotel to the time we, head to the hotel. They have a camera following on the bus and all that stuff, so you can see like the city. Literally, everybody is on every corner waving, and it's dope though. It personally make you feel like you're in the league already when you're not, and that's the reason. That's the environment that's fun, that's lovable. You go to other college. My boys, they went to Arizona. Man, they was barely getting food. They was like, they hit me up like, yo, they don't be feeding us nothing good here. Because like the college, they don't put a lot of money into the football program. Like Nebraska. Nebraska get people donate millions, millions upon millions just to, say that they donate to Nebraska. And they have a whole wall that's like 30 or 40 feet high of every donor that donates to Nebraska. And if you're like a new donor, like if I was to be like, hey, I'm gonna donate, like they send us a packet and they'd be like, hey, former Husker, wouldn't you like to donate to your
Oh yeah.
would you like to donate to your already making $1 million college? Absolutely not. But, you know, a lot of people be like, yeah, I'll put $20,000, $30,000 in to get my name written on the wall.
That's what they call them, a Husker? Is that what they call you guys? Huskers?
Cornhuskers, yeah.
That is ridiculous.
But our defense is called the Black Shirts. So we don't, I don't go by a Cornhusker. I'm a black shirt.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what they call our defense. Our defense was known as like the Black Shirts, because who wants to be called a Cornhusker when you knocking somebody's head off? So that's
right.
Yeah, that's why. That's why they can't. And it's like a jersey that they give us in practice. So only 11 people get this jersey because there's only 11 people on the field. But like, if you're one of the 11 guys when the season start, you get what's called a black shirt. So everybody wears red and white jerseys. Offense wears red. Usually defense wears white, and they switch it sometimes depending on the game. And they give what's called black shirts to the defensive players. And so if you got a black shirt, you kind of like the man on campus at that point. You know, you just enjoy it because it don't last long. It can get taken away too. Because you got to be doing good on the field and off the field. You got to be having decent grades. I'm going to say decent because that's what I had. I didn't have good grades. I had decent.
I believe that.
Huh?
I believe that.
But my teachers love me. That's the only thing. You know, as long as your teachers, they send me emails and stuff all the time. Like, hey, Eric, just checking in. And I'm like, oh, what's up? I don't know who this is. Oh, this your psychology teacher. You don't remember me? So I took a poetry class, and my poetry teacher actually still sends me messages, like poems. I'm real good with poetry. Just got an A in that class.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got an A in that class. Apparently, I'm good with my words. I'm just saying.
I'm waiting for my poem.
You waiting for your? Oh, damn! Put me on the spot. Okay.
It's okay. Next time.
I'll create a 20 stanza poem for you, and it won't have too many rhymes, but but it'll be nice.
I'm waiting.
I gotta send out a lot of
A lot of what?
A lot of poetry.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nah, not like, oh my God.
Table got bumped. No, I'm just
Anyways, back to what I was saying.
Yes, DQ. Poetry is fun, DQ. We're so happy for you to join us.
Eric Martin the poet. Exactly. Eric Martin the poet.
I had to bump something because we had our like once a month random Twitch user come on and decide that they were just gonna like write something completely.
Who? Johnny?
No. No, we get random people that come on Twitch, and like sometimes they'll be like crazy racist.
Is this on Twitch
Oh
too?
yeah, we have some racist folks.
Is this stream? Oh really?
So
Yeah.
we've
Do
had.
you want me to talk to them?
No, we just block them.
Yeah, we usually just block them. And they weren't racist this time. Somebody just came on and they were deciding to like that this must be like sexy chat time or something. So they wrote something. I quickly blocked them, but it still showed up on like the screen, on our screen, on the show. And so I was typing.
Oh, are we streaming on Twitch right now too?
Yes, and YouTube and oh yeah.
She's like, oh my God, I can't believe it.
No, but Twitch doesn't save it though. Like unless people are like, and I'm not a Twitch person.
I'm not a Twitch person.
But apparently it's like live only, and let's say if I were watching your stream, I can like clip it and then it'll save it, but otherwise are you looking at yourself in the thing right now?
I'm looking at this comment because I'm doing a watch party too, and some idiot commented, Erica is racist towards cops, so clearly it's a double standard with her.
Ooh. Wow, somebody doesn't quite understand the
Yeah,
definition
he's
of
also
racism,
in
I
the
guess.
cannabis industry. His name is Zach Kenny, and he sucks.
He said you're racist towards cops. That's like that doesn't even...
But cops can take off their uniforms, so that's not racism at all. So cops aren't a race. But we won't discuss that. I just was laughing.
It's
Rev Grimm.
that's I bet you that's Reverend G Puddin'.
Oh.
That's JT.
I hope I didn't push nothing. Why is it?
I think it's so funny how many people are really showing their true colors right now.
That's because it just sits there and build up. Look at the more we post, the more people post and keep filling their timeline. It's just like a bug that's just nagging you, and it's like, and then it's like over time you just sitting there and you just like, and you just keep seeing more and more of your friends posting. You like, you just stressing, you just building up like, and then one day you finally just say, F it. I'm commenting on this one, and then you comment, and now you lost your job.
Yeah.
But that's the only way to lure them out. Otherwise, they all stay underground. You gotta put something out to make people talk. And the more friends start to do it, they start to get mad. Like, yo, that's my friend. I can't believe he would do that. Let me comment under something crazy, and then now everybody knows who you are. Which is good. I mean, because everybody needs to know everybody around them. Everybody needs to know who's in their circle and who's outside of it.
I know exactly where the fuck I stand, so I am not worried about anybody, and anybody can come at me, and I am not bothered at all by it.
We've been witnessing.
Like, I'm not worried about anybody and what they think about me, so that's fine.
Yeah, but it's crazy just to see all the people that don't say anything.
Yeah, I think
and that's holding their tongue.
It's interesting because I think if anything, the people who can't help but say something or whatever, like it makes it easy on us. Because we can see that and adjust accordingly. And it's tougher when we're dealing with like smart racists who are like, oh shit, I should keep my mouth shut right now and not,
right.
But then now it's starting to show that when you keep your mouth shut, we know what you're saying too. Because at this point, you got to open your mouth and say something. Right. It's like it's just too blatant in your face.
Well, and Erica, the thing that I find sort of like ironic about the whole thing is just that all of us, like whether it's like, Eric, you, me, like licensed cannabis people, whoever it is, like all of us have this opportunity in this space because of the war on drugs. Like if the war on drugs if that hadn't happened, it would be like big pharma would be controlling, like the government would be controlling it. Like all of us would have no opportunity in the space. It would have been government regulated for like the last 100 years now, right?
Right. I would actually like to touch on this topic.
Yeah. Go ahead.
First of all, the war on drugs was literally started to control minorities.
Yeah.
It was a way to get to imprison people of color because they could no longer enslave them. And then they made them criminals so that they could use them for free labor. And
they make money off of them in the prisons.
Keep them in the system and to continue to keep their families oppressed by pulling people from their homes and pulling parents from their children.
Yeah, you take the dad away from the family.
Right,
the family
and
breaks
taking
apart.
away opportunities for these people. And a lot of the times they were arresting them and planting drugs on them, and they were doing nothing wrong. And this has happened since like
the beginning of
smelling
your car smell like weed.
13th Amendment. They wrote into the 13th Amendment that they would free the slaves unless they were criminals. And so they turned them into criminals so they could re-enslave them under the state, and you still use them as slaves, essentially. And the whole prison system and the war on drugs is totally fucked. And then Clinton went, well, there was Ronald Reagan. He totally like was pushing the war on drugs super hard to get everyone in this society to believe that there was a huge problem when there really wasn't at the time. And they were just using it to control like politics because they wanted to arrest like free thinking hippies. They arrested the Chinese people for opium, and they created basically a white society by enslaving people into the criminal justice system. And like we get to benefit off of it because guess what? If I was any other color than what I am, there is no way from what I've done in my past that I would be here today. I wouldn't have made it this far if I wasn't white and a female. And I can guarantee that. So I appreciate every person of color, number one. And like people who don't recognize that, it's not like an opinion. It's like, this is facts. This happened. Like you can't change history. That's how it played out. And that's how we got to where we are today. So like people have all these crazy opinions and things, but like it's in the history books.
And
like,
the bells and that's not even the most, that's not even half of it. That's just that part. They don't even talk about the education. They don't talk about the the redlining, the neighborhood redlining. They don't talk about a lot. It's so much stuff that black people have to face just going through life. And I didn't even realize it until I bought a house. And I was talking to my neighbor, and he was telling me what his interest rate was versus my interest rate. And, you know, his house cost more than mine. His interest rate was lower than mine. And his credit score was about the same as mine. And I'm just like, but he was obviously married and I'm single and all that stuff. But that's a factor. But still, my interest rate was definitely 4-point-something%, and his was like low 3s. And I'm like, you know, I put more money up. Like, I put a lot more money up than he did. This don't make sense. But that's what you have to deal with. And I was just, you know, I was baffled by that when I first.
It's everyday things. And people that don't get that, it's just like, how insensitive are you? And like, do you not have the mental capacity to think outside of your own self and imagine how like it would be to put yourself in someone else's shoes? Like that to me, it's beyond ignorance. It's like mentally incapable of, which just makes you stupid. Yeah. Like if you don't understand what's going on, it's like, it's really not that hard to figure out.
Now, I watched the video. I just showed Mike a video before we started. It was crazy. This little kid was playing basketball, and then he just stopped and paused. And a cop was coming. He went and hid behind a car and just stood there until the cop went by, and then started playing basketball like normal.
He's like in his own driveway.
In his own driveway. And the kid just petrified. And I was like, yo, I'm not going to sit there and say, like, I remember me vividly doing that, but I know every time I see a police, I be wanting to do the same thing. Please don't see me. So
I have never once had a good experience with a police officer in my life, and I'm a white woman, so I can only imagine, and that's enough, you know, for me to
and it's crazy. I've been pulled over a lot. And honestly, I always show respect to the police. I do, and I understand their, you know, what they go through and all. But when I get pulled over, even though I had my license, my registration, everything, no weed in the car usually, I still be petrified, and I just didn't understand why. And I still to this day, like, I understand, but like I just don't understand why I can't get over that fear ever. It's like, I'm not scared of I'm not scared of nothing. Like, I done did a lot of stuff to make, like, I had held snakes, held spiders. Like, I done did like a lot of things that make you scared. But one thing that I can never get over is like getting pulled over. That's one of the scariest things ever. Seeing them blue and red lights flashing behind you. You don't know what's going to happen at this.
Well, because you look at like all the things that have happened in the past, and it's like they can do whatever they want, and it's been proven. They've been allowed to do whatever they want.
Yeah, they're
if they
protected.
Want to arrest you, they'll arrest you.
Yeah,
it doesn't
they're
matter if you're committing a crime or not.
Yeah, like, and they're protected. They're protected by their salary too, and by money. Like, you can't sue an officer once he
by the state and by the Supreme Courts and from the DAs. And now, you know, because of all this protesting, we're seeing a lot of the DAs are saying, we do not have your back. If you do something, you will be held liable. We are not going to legally back you anymore. And that's why those Albany cops all stepped down from the task force.
Exactly.
They were like, oh, if we do something, we're going to be held liable. Yes, like every other fucking citizen. It's like, you cannot go and commit crimes as someone who is supposed to be enforcing the law. You should be held to a higher standard of the law. Like, there's EMTs and mental health people who have to restrain people every day.
So it's funny.
You never hear about them killing people.
Exactly. And I read a meme that said, you don't hear about firefighters getting hated on. Like, it's F the police, not F the police department. And I'm like, that's true. I've never once had beef with a firefighter.
Because when you need help and you call them, they don't come and whoop your ass. They come and they put out the fire. And that's like, you know, that happens all the time to like people of color that call the police. And
or get the police called on them.
And then they are assaulted by the police. And it's like, that is just not the way that life
And I feel like calling the police is like, should never be a result.
If people are calling the police now, like, you are part of the problem.
You are definitely part of the problem. Yeah,
I have never called the police in my life, and I'm not gonna start anything.
Hey, that's the last number. I'm sorry, but like, I've never dialed 911 in my life, not even on accident. And if something serious was to happen, hey, can you go call 911? I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to talk. I don't like answering. Just the anxiety of talking to police, and just the anxiety of thinking about talking to police, or even knowing a police officer is coming to the scene. It's just, for me, it's just overwhelming. Like, when I was at the protest down at the Capitol, we got to a part. It was like a small like entrance around the back of the Capitol that was kind of like this, and it had like 30 or 40 police standing there with batons and stuff. And Mike like, hey, let's go over there. And I'm like, yeah, no, you can go over there, and I will wait right here and watch, because I know not with them standing like that, nah. And I was like, you know, I'm larger than normal. And it's crazy because when you're bigger than a cop, their alert go up. Like, anytime I've encountered a cop and they ask me to get out the car, or they see, you know, I'm just an abnormal size, they become real hesitant. And you can feel, let me tell you, you want to talk about feeling somebody's energy? You can feel energy when energy is bad, especially when you're talking to a police officer. You can tell when they trying to do something they're not supposed to. You can tell when the situation is getting rough. And let me tell you, that energy is not a good feeling. That floods your body, and you like, yo, I know something. Like, just does not feel right. The cop is asking questions that don't pertain to my situation. Right. Like,
they instigate situations.
Yeah, exactly. They start asking questions.
Violence, and
once they catch you in a lie, then they got reason to believe they can do something to try to arrest you.
Some sort of probable cause to arrest you or whatever, or abuse you or take advantage of the situation.
Exactly.
I mean, they did the same thing with these protests. You know, they literally used military techniques to funnel people, and then used excessive force on them to ensue a riot.
So that's one thing I noticed when I was at the protest. So when I was at the protest, everybody was at the Capitol cheering and, you know, doing the chants. So the police, they came in a straight line. It was a truck. It was a police car. It was an armored truck behind it. And then there was 2 police cars behind that. The police car drove to the crowd and then just stopped. And the armored trucks parked behind them, and the other 2 cars parked. It was in a straight line. And they stopped in front of the crowd, and the crowd, everybody turned towards them and just started like, yeah. And then as soon as that started happening, the cop in the car, he immediately did a U-turn. The guy in the front, he immediately did a U-turn. And he knew that was going to pull the crowd because now it's showing that the police is fleeing. So now the crowd is like, yeah, we're winning. So they're getting revved up. And I'm watching this like, yo, this is crazy. Like they're creating this like mob. They're creating the mob. They're bringing the police cars to attract them. And then they back away and make the mob seem like they're winning. So then people start to, and these are young guys. These are young people. They're not paying attention to the situation. They're just reacting to what they see. And so everybody over there is under 30. So it's like, and you can tell all the people who are like legit protesters are like on the side, watching because they're like, yo, these young cats is crazy. So as the armored truck pull up and the other car leave, they rally around the armored truck and they start throwing bottles, like random bottles start throwing. So then the armored truck backs up, and then coming up the street was 100 police on bikes.
Behind them.
Like just standing there waiting while the trucks were backing up. So they were pulling the crowd to the police bikes, right? So when the crowd went with it and got to the police bikes, it was a standoff. And then this is where it started getting a little crazy. So it's a standoff. People are yelling. People are saying stuff back and forth. Police bikes from the back, they went around the building and came behind the protest and then went right through the middle. So these people are all riled up and they're like, the police did it. And then now you got police coming from behind you. Now you're like, oh shit. And so now the police bikes, they didn't go on the side and then go meet their buddies. They went straight through the middle of the crowd. Straight through. And at that point, I'm like, okay, I see this setup. Like, this is not looking, they're doing this to like start something. So then I kind of like made sure all the police got through. When they all got through, they all just stood there. And I'm like, okay, this is weird because them all going there and, trying to create the havoc and then just sitting there and just waiting for it to die off. You can clearly, their whole idea was, hey, let's try to start something.
Stir up the pot. Let's stir up some shit. Instead of letting people just protest peacefully,
exactly.
Let's incite some riot activities by coming in with intimidation tactics. And it's like, why?
Why?
The
exactly.
whole point of this is because you guys are overly violent. And then they come in
and be violent.
Try to create violence.
Yeah.
So so Erica, when we went there, like probably 99.9% of the crowd was there to like peacefully protest and to join in and to chant and to cheer and then you had a few people that would like throw the occasional plastic water bottle at a cop car or something. It wasn't even like glass bottles or anything. It was like plastic water bottles.
And it was just like a select few.
And even then, people were like, "Don't throw those," right? And when we got there, I remember like, I heard Eric sort of describing it, and it was like really surreal. It was like, and the energy was such that it felt almost like a war zone kind of thing, right? And when we get there, within a couple of minutes, like, because there's so many people, like, thankfully Eric is tall, so I can sort of spot him fairly easily. But for like a minute or so, I didn't see him, but all of a sudden I heard him, and he's like yelling, and I looked.
Well, I was standing right there, and the cop came through.
No, it wasn't the cops. This was so all of a sudden Eric is chasing like 10 white nationalist young boys, like young white boys with like helmets on and the vest. And
they were spraying no good cops on the wall, and there's nobody around.
They're the only ones.
It's just them,
that
and
are
they're all in black,
stuff, right?
And they're all white boys. And I'm like, yo, what? This is not even. What are you writing? Like, this is not what we're here for.
Did you see that in Minneapolis they charged, the people who were arrested for inciting the riots there, they were all identified as white supremacy members. So, but
it doesn't make any sense. Why would we go protest and be violent when we already deal with so much
when
before
we're literally asking for peace.
Like,
Yeah, doesn't make any sense at all.
don't make no sense, right? So
Don't
why
make
would
any
it be
sense.
us?
And then, by the way, I saw somebody bring up an interesting point, which was like, like why, that sort of train of thought, which is like, why would people destroy their own neighborhoods? And it's like, well, by the way, they're all about to get gentrified out of there at some point soon anyway, and they all know that. Like, they're all used to having to, like, every 4 or 5 years, they probably have to move someplace further away and cheaper because they can't afford to live where they're living anymore.
And they don't own any of that. They don't own shit. None of those people that did any of that stuff, they don't own that stuff. It's all owned by freaking white corporate assholes. Like, screw them. It doesn't make any difference. Literally, when all those places like Rolex, they were like, oh, in New York City, they were like, they stole, millions of dollars worth of
They got
watches.
insurance.
Rolex came out with a statement and was like, no, they didn't. They didn't steal anything. We didn't have anything in there. So it's like the media likes to portray it a certain way as well. And then it's like, also, I mean, the rioting is going on late at night after most of the protesters have left the area.
Yeah, protesting always start when the sun.
I'm so sick of people talking about this looting and shit, because it's like, yeah, there's criminals on this planet. Go figure. They're all different colors and they're coming out at night because they're taking advantage of a situation. Has nothing to do with the protest. It's like, that shit is going to happen because they know that the police are tied up with other things. Either it's some political agenda to make the protesters look bad or whatever it is.
There's been a lot of videos of people like doing stuff that we're not doing, but they're like doing it to make us look bad. It's so many videos that, and I continuously post them on my Instagram. Like, I'm not gonna stop posting about it. I know it's a lot of people that I've seen a lot of people unfollow me when I started posting more, because y'all know I don't post a lot on Facebook.
If they're sick of my shit posting, they like, imagine how sick of racism people are.
Exactly.
Like, I'm fucking
you gotta deal
sick
with
of
it every day.
Like, I don't care how much they don't want to hear about it. We're gonna talk about it until more is
fixed.
done, because we can't go on like this. And I mean, we're at such a state of unrest in America right now. Like, if you're out of work and you believe in equal rights, you should be doing something. Go be a lobbyist. Like, I don't know. Like, there's plenty of people who don't have jobs right now that could be helping this movement. And I think that that's like really important. We might not be in such of a shitty situation if we had like a better president.
True. Yeah, he hasn't really said anything on the situation. And then he just makes like dumb remarks. But then the main thing that he did recently was for Juneteenth, he's going to the city in Oklahoma. Is that where it's at? Oklahoma?
Yeah, I think so.
Where Black Wall Street was, and Black Wall Street was bombed. The U.S. bombed its own citizens.
They killed hundreds of people.
And killed a bunch of people. And Trump's going there for Juneteenth. Juneteenth is June 19th, where we celebrate the freedom of slaves, where slaves were deemed free for the first time. And Trump has decided to take a trip and have one of his rallies on Juneteenth, which, oh man, that's yes, in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
I have like nothing to say about that. What I will say is that people need to start voting more locally in their local governments.
Well, and that's the thing; they don't even update none of the voting booths. Like, you can do everything online, but they won't update the polls. They won't make it to where you can vote online. They won't do none of that stuff for the simple fact they know how it's gonna affect people.
Right, and they also used to use these same tactics. Like, they've been doing this stuff since the beginning of time, where they literally used to like have people at the poll booths that would like cause problems with people of color and Democrats and shit to like get them out of voting. And that's like essentially the same shit that's going on right now is like they're trying to get people to not be able to go vote. And they're pretty much doing anything they can to do so, which is absolutely unjust. I'm hoping that, you know, like, I don't know what has to happen, but it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm like at the most livid point in my life right now with the state of America. It's just sickening to me, and I can't believe that we've gotten to 2020 and shit is this fucked up.
And that's crazy. That's what people don't realize. Like, black people been waking up like this every day.
Right. Right.
And so, Erica,
with all this anxiety and bad energy in the air, that's just how I feel every day on the block. You know.
Right.
Erica, what's so amazing and important about your willingness to like take a stand around this is that clearly black people being vocal, like advocating for themselves, hasn't worked.
Right. You shouldn't have to be a victim, shouldn't have to defend themselves.
And
like,
and so what black people really need in the long run are for some white people to start leading by example. And some of that might be like, hey, we're calling you out for being racist, but a lot of that is really just like really leading by example of like the right way to treat people and the right way to treat inclusivity. And, you know, and I think the more that white people can do that, it'll show other white people, because, you know, unfortunately, like, and as much as we would like to think that like racism is like a light switch and somebody can just decide that they're not going to be racist anymore and flip that switch and then like everything is good, and we know it doesn't really work like that, right?
Not. It's so not. Half of the people that are racist, they literally, truly don't even believe that they're racist.
They truly don't. No,
they really don't even think they are.
There's a lot of conversations I've seen where
you listen to the words that come out of their mouth, and you're like, "Sir, ma'am, you are racist. Like, you aren't fooling."
But the thing is, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be. It's okay to be that way. But just acknowledge it. Don't sit there and keep trying to no, that's not, no. Just acknowledge the fact that you said, you know, whatever it is you said was wrong. Acknowledge that and learn from it. Learn from the colored people around you. I'm sure everybody has a colored person around them. Like, go ask them questions and listen to them. Like, that's the thing I always talk about, being a leader, you know.
Right.
In order to be a leader, you have to know what everybody's opinion is. You have to know you have to know everything going on around you. Every person, you have to know everything about them. In order for you to be a leader, you have to learn that person and understand who they are. So then when it comes to asking them something or trying to have an uncomfortable conversation with you, they're willing to talk to you about it, and they won't feel like you're just trying to compare yourself to them. Don't ever compare yourself to them, please. Like, that's like, if you went through something crazy, if you went through a hard situation, like if you're white and you went through the craziest story you ever had, whether it was, you know, you got pulled over 15,000 times and you got put in jail for 20 years. That's great. But listen to the person that's in your jail cell that's colored and see what he went through. Listen to him. Everybody has a different story. Everybody's story some stories is gonna be worse than others. But the thing about it is, you don't know how traumatizing it made that person feel. You don't know how bad it affected them. Cause you can show a kid something that might freak them out now, and later on it's not gonna freak them out, but they're still gonna think about it. They're still gonna know, like, damn, that shit used to freak me out. It's the same thing when you run into a bad cop. If you ran into a bad cop one time, you could have ran into 50 good cops. You run into one bad cop, that bad cop traumatized you. Period. I've ran into a lot of good cops. I've met a lot of good cops, but I've also met a lot of bad cops. And the bad cops still make me fear every time getting pulled over. And that's not the good cop's fault. It's the bad cop's fault. But as a team, you're working together. You hold each other accountable. So the fact that bad cop can walk around and be in the same locker room with a good cop, and a good cop notice everything, because let me tell you, as a team, you know everything going on within your team. I don't care what good cop, bad cop, blah, blah, blah. If you got a bad cop in your locker room, every good cop know he's a bad cop, or seen him do something or say something that was bad and didn't check him for it. And because they didn't check him, it continued on and it spread. It's called cancer. It spread. And that's the same thing in the locker room. When you have a bad teammate come in, when we had a bad teammate come in and we knew he was bad, and I'm not gonna say no names, but like I've had a bad teammate come in, we can see the toxic he brings to the locker room. Whether it's everybody else, coach is like, hey, everybody get online, we running today. He like, yo, I'm not running. Like, no. You know, and it's because he make a lot of money, he can say that, but that's toxic. That's not a leader. Because you're giving your opinion to everybody else and saying my opinion is right. You're not listening to everybody else. You do what the whole team decided, hey, we all gonna get on the line. You should too, as a leader. Because that's what leaders do. They do what the team does. So that's kind of like the same thing that should happen within
I feel like
a police
that was
department.
the best analogy you could have made. And it's so true, is like people need to be the example that they want to lead. And I see a lot of people, and I mean, I'm guilty of it too. I've done it, and I feel like, you know, I'm more aware of it now because I'm like calmed down a little bit. But like we need to stop attacking people and talk to them logically and present factual information if you want to even slightly change their mind. Most people are like not willing to change, and that's fine. But it's like then give them something to look up to maybe, you know, realize that they are below, you know, the rest of us. You know, like racists shouldn't feel empowered at all. And so us fueling them by reacting doesn't help us. It's just taking away from time that we could be putting forth into things that make a difference. And I think that they see it the same way. And that's why they poke, because they want to take away from our power by getting us upset and getting us to react. So like, to me, being a generation. Being a leader is like not overreacting, but presenting facts, showing people who you are as a person, and just being above that, and you know, doing what you can to make a difference. I mean, it's
and I always learn you learn a lot more when you listen than when you talk, because you can't hear when you talk, you only speaking stuff that you know, but when you listening, you hearing stuff everybody else know. And so you just put the pieces together yourself in your head. And that's what I do. I just listen to it. Look, if anybody has anything to say, I sit and listen. I love to listen because you can get so much more from listening.
You're so much more calm than I am.
Well, that's the thing. I'm
like, I'm fuming, but I'm like,
believe me, I have a line. I don't.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It takes a lot to get there.
Cross it.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get there. Like I'm not, especially in public and stuff. It takes a lot to get there. So I would never let somebody get to me.
I really wouldn't want to see you pissed off, honestly.
Somebody almost got to me, believe it or not. Somebody almost got to me, but I remain calm. I remain collected. You know that it was Keyron almost got to me when he was playing a basketball game. He was talking mad crap. He just kept on talking. I almost got there. And I had to tell him like, yo, Mike was there. I had to tell him like, yo, you need to stop now. Like you won the game. We good. Yeah, but you better get in the full Nelson real quick.
Erica, we definitely have loved having you on. I definitely want to
I dig it.
figure out with you when you can come back on again. We do have another guest that's waiting, so I want to be respectful.
So basically,
to them.
saying you got to go.
But I'm really sorry.
You got to
we
go.
We probably could have done a whole show with you, but we do have somebody else.
I mean, if he gonna kick you out, I'll leave too, just so we can, we can leave.
You want to continue this
Yeah,
conversation?
don't be letting him stop our conversation. Look,
I'll hop
it's
in
only
the car
half
right now.
of
I'll come over.
We half of one. We half a whole, so I can take my half and go be whole somewhere else.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
I always love seeing you guys. We need to just get together. Maybe next time I'll come down there so we can hang.
Eric is starting his new grow soon, so it's definitely early for him to grab samples off of you, but at some point I'm sure he'll little Mammoth P.
I still got mine. I still got my samples from the
You still
harvest.
have a little tiny one?
I got 2. I took like 3 without joking. I took a little more than I should.
He says that, and then he's gonna go looking for them, and it's gonna be like he's gonna have like
I keep anything Erica gives me.
3 socks soaked with Mammoth P or something. Like leaked in his shit or something, I got those. It's gonna be like some weird T-shirt all like dried up and crumpled up, and
He hating. He hating. He just hating.
Tell him to stop.
but I know you're far away, but it would also be awesome to have you in person someday too.
Yeah, let's plan something soon.
Cool.
Mike be throwing up alley-oops, boy. He be throwing the alley-oops. Boy, Tom Brady with the ball. Okay.
Erica, it was a pleasure, and we can't wait to see you again soon.
Nice to see you guys.
Bye.
Yo, you funny. This dude is funny. Hey, no, we need to talk about the poem part. Look at that, because I was referring to my sisters, bro. Like, what are you talking about? I was referring to my sisters wanting me to write them some poems, 2 of them.
Okay.
I got 2 sisters, and they both like me to write them letters, because I write them letters every now and then. Yeah, don't be trying to set me up. Trying to set me up, man.
No.
No.
You're great. I'm just Rick has been
He said-
awesomely patient.
Willie said she was cute. Is she single?
She is.
No, she not.
She's a little single.
No, she not. She is taken. She is taken mentally by me.
How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
I've been watching the show with the lovely Erica Diener on there as well.
What's up,
You guys
Rick?
were having
Rick?
quite a chat. So you're in a political mode of thinking today. Y'all are tuned into the stresses and strife in the world that we're all experiencing at the moment. 2020 has been just crazy so far. So
Yeah, it's
where do we go? Where do we go? How do we segue from that interesting discussion y'all had there? You know?
Yeah, no. So I think a great segue is, first of all, we're so happy to have you back because we really enjoyed the conversation that we had last time that you were on, that you had come on the show.
You were all really high. You still remember what we were talking about? Oh, you have a tape. That's right.
We were talking about feminized seeds and why those were not only beneficial but also, even from a business standpoint, it's a really interesting business proposition too. I think even for legal licensed cannabis growers, and I think that's a lot of what we were talking about last time. But I also think that one thing we didn't mention, and this is just a little thing, is that Eric is about to start his own home grow. Finally, for like the first time. And so we're really super excited about that. And I think that despite him probably having some different seeds that he could.
I say I wouldn't grow your seeds first because you got to fail to win. So
No, I think you should. I think you should.
I don't want to fail. I don't want to fail none of your seeds, man.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate. I that's what I said. I don't know what Mike talking about, but I was like, yo, I'm saving.
I know
Rick
that
seeds.
many people have come to me and had that gut reaction of like, well, I respect you and what you do, and your seeds are so good and so on. So I won't start growing by growing your seeds. It's like, are you out of your mind? Do you hear what you're saying right now? You're saying I'd rather try to learn to grow with some seeds that I'm not quite sure what I'm going to expect from them.
No, I have some decent
able
other
to know.
seeds.
It's like buying a guitar or a bass or something. We're trying to learn how to play and say, I'm not going to buy a good one. I'll start learning to play on a piece of shit because, I don't know how that helps you. I mean, really, seriously. So genetics are the biggest bang for your buck of anything you'll buy in the entire experience of being a grower, right? Commercial or personal. You just can't put a dollar value on what you're getting when you get a pack of seeds and you find that good female that you want to then propagate by cloning her over and over and over, never needing a seed ever again in your life. You've essentially created a perpetual money generator for $100. I mean, where else on the planet is there a deal like that? Seriously. So why would you say for the price of a light bulb, $100 for, like 1,000-watt light bulb or something to put it in to even hang over the plant to make it grow in your house? You're willing to spend that much on the light, but you want to go cheap on the most important element in the entire operation because everything else is window dressing and the creation of an environment around which these genetics are going to
Can
grow.
we start this show over so I can say the right thing?
Stop, Eric, 1 second. Think about this. If you started with carrot seeds, what would you get at the end of your efforts? Fucking carrots, right? If you want to grow great weed, what seeds should you use? Great weed seed, right? You don't say, well, I'll get the inferior stuff to practice on. What the fuck is that, man? You just buy the good stuff right from the start. Any hobby I've ever taken up, photography, bicycle racing, you name it, anything. I always regretted when I started the sport or the hobby by buying some cheap equipment to see if I like it, right? Doesn't save you any money because you're bound to like it and you end up buying the good stuff anyway. So shouldn't you have just bought the good shit in the first place? Because now you didn't save yourself any money. You bought the good shit and the cheap shit. Mm-hmm. Okay, philosophy lesson over.
Yeah, and I'm the type of guy, I'm a kickoff guy. I'm first in guy. They call them first ins, which means you straight to the ball. You don't have to do nothing. So I applaud you, but over time my coach he slowed me down.
On me. I was never a sports guy other than bicycle racing.
But, let me tell you,
if you're talking about
I was just a headhunter, so I understand what you mean now by just
that's not my domain.
Just go for it.
I love your enthusiasm, Eric. I was listening to you talking to Erica there, and I was like, homeboy is chatty today. I told Heather Marie, I was like, am I going to get a moment to slip a word in there today?
Yeah, man. Well, I worked out this morning. Usually when I work out before
I can see you're all pumped up, right?
Yeah, that's why I look a little big right now.
He gets down on the floor with his yoga mat before he gets in front of the camera, so he's all pumped up and shit. I can respect that.
Hey, I gotta do this.
Present yourself to the public. You want to look good. There's nothing wrong with that.
Most football players get fat after they're done. I'm not trying to.
And bicycle racers too, man. I'm 61 and I'm still not fat.
See, that's where I'm trying to be at.
Shape.
So Rick, I know this is a weird question, but since you, it sounds like you were a former cyclist, right?
Bike racer, yes.
Bike racer.
I was the 1994 Criterium champion of New England.
Wow.
I lived in.
So are you
at that time?
Are you somehow distantly related to isn't Campanella also a bike brand?
It's so close, it's Campagnolo, and my name is Campanella.
My apologies.
And Campanella means bell in Italian, so it's my real name would be, if you anglicized it, Rick Bell, right?
Well, your last name definitely, like once you said you were a bike racer, I was like, darn, that like the last name really feels like it fits. You
can look me up in the United States Cycling Federation as Criterium champion of 1994, New England. They have the race every year for the championship in Rhode Island, right? And it's this really cool Criterium course. And the year before I won, I didn't win, obviously. And I was near the front, in the right group to be able to have won that race. And the thing that happens to we were just talking about beginners and people who start out something, and the right and wrong ways to do it. Well, one of the things about when you start to sense that you could be successful at the thing that you're trying to do, you choke sometimes, right? So the year before I won, I was in the right place at the right time to win this race, but I waited like a few pedal strokes too late, and everybody else started taking off, and it was too late. I missed the move. So the next year, I got myself in that same position on the last lap, and I remember the exact words that went through my head: no guts, no glory, right? So I just nailed it and flew into there was 2 more turns before the finish line. I accelerated to be first into that second turn, and then I was still first by the next turn, and then crossing the finish line, arms in the air. The feeling of winning a bike race is incomparable. I mean, it's like going out and to say you're a singer or a guitar player or something, you got out and you played the solo and it just crushed the crowd. It's just perfect. And you get a gold medal, and you're the champion for the whole year. So I love that sort of thing. That was my sports experience, and the only tattoo I have on my entire body, these bicycles going around my arm.
That's a dope story, man.
One-dimensional, but I guess I lost interest in tattoos shortly after that. Most people go the other way, right?
Yeah, and I had a short stint cycling in high school. I was, for 1 year, I went to a high school that had a cycling team, and I spent a year doing it, and then unfortunately I made my dad angry, and he, as a punishment, pulled me out and put me into the public high school, which had no cycling team. But it was still, so I didn't get to do it anymore. But I had quite a while where I was riding. For me, a casual ride on a daily basis was like 20 miles, get a 20-mile ride in,
20 miles means you're out there for an hour and a half,
Rev Grimm said, "What's up?" And he said that he would help me with my grow. He said I should ask you about him.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Ask away. What is it Rev? Is it the Rev?
Yes.
Yeah, he's an associate of mine, super great guy. I consider him a brother. He takes care of certain aspects of Brothers Grimm when I need him to, and he's got his own gigs that he does. He's one of these guys juggling a million things at the same time. He's got a baby due in a couple of months. He's a super great guy, big heart, a lot of energy. He gives good advice, and he's always out trying to help people. So, if you ever encounter Rev Diablo and he tells you he's associated with Brothers Grimm, you can believe it.
Yeah, because we were thinking about trying to follow Eric's growing effort. Like when he pops seeds in a couple of weeks, like we'll start doing a segment or 2 every week, maybe, where we're showing the progress of his grow, and maybe even get some folks that want to dial in, even if they're remote, to say like, hey, show me your stuff and how's it doing, and give him some advice and say, oh, your tips are curling, but that's okay, or you got some spots there and you got a deficiency, or something like that, right?
Yeah, and to help along, I'd really like to preface that if ever you start doing that episode, direct people to the brothersgrimmseeds.com website, and we have put up a blog just during this past week where I believe it's like 4 pages long, but it's essentially like a flow chart that will help you diagnose your plant, what's wrong with it, if it has any kind of deficiency. And it starts like, is there a problem in the top part of the plant or the lower half of the plant? Is it the new growth or the old growth? And if so, go here, and then it starts to describe certain things. If you're seeing this, then do that. But if not, go to number 7, which will tell you, and it flows you through, and I've never seen it fail. I mean, you have some bizarre thing happened in my garden like a year ago where I was getting this, I would call it like an iridescent green that was forming on the leaves, and then you'd see dark veins the veins of the leaf were staying dark green, but the rest of it was like getting this iridescent yellowish limey color. And I'm thinking, what the freaking hell is that? And it would go away after a little while, if you fed the plant right and just stayed with it. It was more like the transition between coming out of cloning and rooting and getting its roots into the soil and establishing itself. But I went through that flow chart because I'm like, hey, this thing's a good piece of diagnostic tool that I can use. And it worked like a charm. It turned out it was an iron deficiency, and that, not only, is this an iron deficiency, it says the probable causes of it, by the way, this iron deficiency can be caused by an overabundance of phosphorus or pH difference that's a problem, so you have to check that. Is it not just the pH or the fact you have too much phosphorus in the soil or in the feed that you've been using, whatever the formulas that you've been using? And it turned out, in my case, I was using a really strong phosphoric acid as the pH down. Okay. I liked it because it seemed like you didn't have to use a lot to lower the pH by a significant amount, but the price I was paying apparently was I was adding a lot of phosphorus to my feed for all the water that I was using, not only in flowering, but in vegetative. And that's where you saw the problem was in vegetative, because there was just too much phosphorus in the water, the solution that I was using to feed the plants due to that pH down. And so I just stopped using that pH down and started using something milder and being a little less aggressive about lowering the pH during veg anyway. Just keeping it around 7 seemed to work fine anyway, So I couldn't recommend more that people who are growing take a minute to come over to brothersgrimmseeds.com, look at the blog, the nutrient deficiency flowchart, copy it, print it out, keep it in your garden. It's so handy. And then when you all start your stuff, you can refer to that. We can chat and have a common ground that we can refer to and say, well, have you considered this? Did you look in the diagnostic thing? Anyway, enough about that.
No, we'll definitely check that out. Rick, are you traditionally, a soil guy, or are you like a cocoa guy?
Totally. Absolutely. I basically feel like I learned a lesson early on, again, about being a beginner. And when you start a new hobby or a sport or something, you tend to not underdo anything. If there's a problem, it's usually because you overdid something. Or there's another thing that I call the gee whiz factor. It's like, this new sport that I'm in or this new hobby that I'm doing, all the technical gizmos and gadgets that surround it fascinate me so much. And I want to try like hydroponics and rock wool and, deep, whatever they call the deep
water culture.
Deep water cultivation, all that stuff. It's like, if you make the mistake of jumping into that stuff before you know how to grow in soil, you're like a bicycle racer who thinks, I got a good sprint, but I don't need to have any endurance, just get me to the finish line and I'll beat everybody in the sprint. That's no way to go about anything, Anyway, I'm going off track, but where were we?
No, you're right. I mean, it's sort of like, I think some of those advanced techniques are definitely like,
the gee whiz factor. I'm sorry, I flew off on a tangent there, but if you get fascinated by those things and you really don't have your grounding in how the plant's supposed to look anyway, you're not going to be able to tell that, if you're growing in hydroponics and you've never grown in soil, for example, you need to have a feel, because I would say that's the main tool, a main skill that you're working on, and what separates people who are good at this and not is that the guys who are good at it have a feel. You can read the plant. You're looking at, what do they look like right now? What have I been doing? And then putting 2 and 2 together and saying, oh shit, they're too dark green, there's been too much nitrogen, or, vice versa, it's so pale, geez, I guess they could eat more, or I'm under feeding them. These kinds of things are all hard to teach people, and the amount of moisture in the soil and things like that. I left this young lady in Colombia for a month with some seedlings that had just started. And a month later, I came back and they were still like 4 inches tall and stunted looking and stuff. And I'm like, what did you do? You know? And it was like, oh, well, every day I'd weigh the pot and I'd realize, say that, you know, the soil moisture level seems to be high enough that the weight of the pot is, you know, she was very scientific about it without any feel, you know. It's like trying to play blues guitar, but, you know, you're being too right on the beat and everything is too perfect. It's not blues anymore, you know. Now you're playing jazz, or maybe not even jazz. But when where was I again? Please remind me where the hell I was going there for a second, because I got off on that whole jazz analogy thing.
What's XX? What is that?
XX means you're reading one of the questions or something. XX.
He said
males and females, right? Chromosomal differences that females have 2 X chromosomes and males have an X and a Y, right? Gotcha. So I guess I was a little too cute for myself and assumed that many people would already know, and it's just common knowledge that, you know, in 8th grade biology, somebody happened to mention to you as a child, boys are XY and girls are XX. So I started calling like Cinderella the femme version of Cinderella 99, Cinderella XX, just to show like this is the femme version, right? And many of the strains you'll see on our website have XX after them to indicate that's a femme strain, right? So, like I said, I was a little too cute for the public, you know, something that
your brother
would be obvious.
Rev Grimm said hook Eric up with a pack. I'm just
do what now?
He said hook Eric up with a pack. Now I'm not. Now I didn't say. I didn't make this up.
I would always do that. Why would that?
Yeah, I didn't make this up. This was a
on the
legit
show.
comment.
I'll send it. I sent you all some new seeds last time we talked, and one of the people who in your audience wanted, he was a very kind, nice guy, wrote back, and so I don't mind doing that anytime I'm on the show. And for you too, you can ask me backstage in the green room, and I'll pass you a pack of seeds.
So
you know where they keep me waiting.
I know one person in the comments was saying that they thought we were a little late to start growing, but this is going to be an indoor grow. It's not going to be an outdoor grow.
Indoor.
And yeah, we're Eric's really excited to finally be able to grow his own medicine, because I think that's something that for a long time he's been using it as medicine, but you know, now he can actually start to like narrow down and find the strain that's really good for him, and then be able to stick with that and have consistency in what he's using, you know, which will.
Can I stop and ask about that a little bit? Because when you say he's using it medically, of course, it makes me start to think about 2 different things. One is that, you know, there's a school of thought that would say all marijuana use is medical on some level, right? But then specifically, what is it that you're trying to treat that you feel like it's been effective for you? That's an interesting question for me to ask you. And a third thing that comes to mind is that sometimes I'll get people who will write to me and say, Mr. Saul, would you be able to explain which of your strains would be best for my narcolepsy, you know, I'm making this up, narcolepsy, stuttering condition or whatever. And my standard response is, I'm a breeder, not a doctor. Yeah. I don't prescribe any of my strains to people based on whatever medical condition. I am not qualified to do that. You can try them. And I think a lot of this is extremely subjective. And it's very much, you know, a question of who that person is, what their problem is. And especially since I believe the nature of marijuana is that when you smoke marijuana, have you ever heard the adage, it's good for what ails you? That's the perfect thing to say about marijuana medically, is basically it seeks out whatever the fuck is wrong with the person who smoked it and fixes that, right? Mm-hmm. So whatever the fuck is wrong with you, it has a tendency to fix it, right? So I can't recommend any one strain. I'd like to say that, you know, they're all going to do it. You know, it's just kind of dependent on if you're open to it and you're not resistant to the feelings that you're going to get of like, wow, I'm not even thinking about that.
Or whatever cannabis helped me.
People who claim.
I found out cannabis worked the most when. Well, I found out it worked the most when I was playing, but would like do different things with it to see what it, how it made me feel and stuff. And so when I first started using it, I never played in a game with it. And it took me like 6 or 7 games to like really think about like, damn, do I really want to risk going out here high? In terms of like, because I was thinking I might be so high that I'm not even going to be able to remember the plays.
What about when you're practicing?
Huh?
Did you play high when you were? Did you play high in practice?
Yeah,
or
practice
alone?
isn't as intense as the game. So like,
right,
practices
but
are hard.
I'm just asking because what effect did you feel like it had on you, like as a basketball player or football player, whatever it was you were doing, but during the times when you could be high and you weren't risking it and you felt like, let me check this out. Was it a performance enhancing drug in any way? Because in general, it's not. As a bicycle racer, I mean, I would love to go out on these long rides and get high before I ride, just 2 puffs or something, and then just ride. And it felt like, it makes the ride more enjoyable. But I wouldn't say in a race it would make me more aggressive or more likely to win.
Well, you deal with a lot of.
In your experience in your sport, did you feel like it helped you? I guess is my question.
Yeah. So in football, you're scared a lot. Like you have to overcome fear of getting hit and understanding that somebody's going to knock your head off. So before the game is pretty the scariest part of the game because honestly, you don't know. You watch film on the same person all week, but you don't know what he looks like in person until you actually see him. And so I really what cannabis did for me was get rid of that feeling because I understood that when I go out there, I'm going to have to hit somebody like extremely hard. But in order for me to get to that point to hit them, I need to be like, I can't be scared to hit them. I can't be like second guessing myself if I'm strong enough to hit this dude or if I'm strong enough to like manhandle him. So that's what it helped.
Commit.
Yeah, that's what helped me the most. It just helped with the focus, with not being scared, to get the butterflies out of my stomach. And that feeling not having butterflies in your stomach is super good especially when you're standing out there and the crowd is going crazy and that dude is looking across from you and y'all keep making eye contact. Let me tell you, that's the scariest part of the game. Like, is the very first hit.
That's not like an obvious thing that one would guess that the reaction to having smoked marijuana would invoke in an average person. That seems very subjective to you and makes my point from earlier. Like this man goes out on a football field and formerly had what would be sort of a stage fright kind of condition and also a fear of the very real dangers of playing the sport itself. In bicycle racing, yes, you can crash, you can fall off the bike and it hurts, but it's not that likely. With you, it's like every play, which happens every 20 seconds or something like that during the course of the game, your neck is on the line and your body could be beaten up. And then by smoking marijuana, which in general, makes the average person feel a little bit timid, you have this reaction that now you want to be a gladiator. I find that fascinating.
Well, it's not necessarily that
I and be less paranoid or self-conscious than I would be straight. The average person would think that would be the reverse, right?
Yeah, it's more of a like, I don't know, like, so you have to have a mentality when you go out there, like you have to be like, and you understand that, like I have to be aggressive. So it's like, when I'm out there and when I was high, I would feel myself like, my eyes would be low and stuff. And my coach is like, yeah, get ready. And everybody's jumping around and stuff, but I'm not. Like, I'm just standing there like, kind of like a robot. And it's because it kind of like took that emotion, like cannabis kind of takes that over aggressive feeling. Like when you get overcome with emotion, it makes you move. It makes you like, do stuff
maybe you don't
like
make
that.
the best decisions then, and you want to be able to think about it and be focused on, narrow it down and put the blinders on. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that medical marijuana in general is something that it's such a crapshoot. I don't want to ever try to tell somebody what kind of weed or another is going to do to you other than, like my experience with it is, the aromas, the flavors, and the kind of high that I get from it, which are subtly different highs from one thing to another, certainly very much like wines or coffees or cigars or whatever it may be, we all have these aficionado class of people that surround any one of these types of experiences with the things we enjoy, on the planet Earth. And I think that, like I said earlier, it's good for what ails you. It'll probably fix whatever the hell at one of them will. And I can't say which is going to do it for you, but I can lead you in the general direction of like Grimm glue is a heavier indica type. You're going to feel like sink into the couch and want to relax and watch a show, whatever. And Cinderella 99, Rosetta Stone, they're going to be uplifting, and you're going to feel like doing something. If you're a musician, you're going to want to. I describe the feelings when you're a musician, and I played guitar. I've gotten away from it for the last 10 years or so, and I should get my chops back one of these days. But the sensation you have when you smoke a joint and you are into playing an instrument is that you're almost like horny to get the thing in your hands again. Like your fingertips just can't wait to feel those strings under them and stuff. And that whole relaxation of your mind, and the way that your mind, while you're high, tends to drift from thing to thing. You can't stay on one subject too long. You tend to another thought comes into your head and you go with it, right? That works out when you're playing music, because then you get creative. And that's why you get people, like the old jazz players in the 40s and so on were reputed to, smoke weed and come out on stage and stuff. It so goes with being a musician, it just opens up those channels. And so it's good for that. Like I said, when I was riding a bicycle, I don't think that it would help me as a performance drug, but it certainly made the long ride enjoyable. And I would just kind of get into the suffering that is, pedaling a bicycle and climbing hills and kinds of things that you do out in practice during the week and then racing on the weekends. Only thing I ever took when I was racing bicycles was ibuprofen. I'd maybe take 3 ibuprofen before a race, and it would kind of ward off any cramps you might get and keep your joints limber, and you don't get achy and tendonitis and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. But during the years that Lance Armstrong was winning, they were all taking EPO and raising their ability to breathe better and process oxygen and be better athletes. Mm-hmm. And it was amazing. I think that the show that they put on during those years was really interesting and exciting. It was some of the best cycling ever, in history, right? But they blackballed it, whatever you want to call it, when you make something evil or whatever. Hey, those drugs were considered cheating and whatever. And so they... for 7 years, I think they completely wiped out the history of the tour ever having been taken place, because it wasn't just Lance Armstrong. Did we do this in the last show? I think I might have talked about this with you once before, but when they took away Lance Armstrong's 7 wins of the Tour de France, it's not like they went and gave it to the guy who finished second each year. Why not? Mm-hmm. Do you know why not? Because they were all doing the same thing. Right. So you can't just say, oh, okay, well, then we'll hand it down to the next guy, because even the third guy and the fourth guy and the fifth, you'd have to go very low in the ranks before you started hitting somebody who wasn't on these drugs at that time. Mm-hmm. So they just annulled 7 years of the Tour de France as if it never freaking happened, right? And that's, I think it's kind of a shame in a way that they did it that way. They could have said, this is part of the history. This is part of the culture that we went through during that time, like the 60s or whatever, people were going Haight-Ashbury and dropping acid and whatever.
Yeah, and make new rules and just have that going forward and say, I don't know. I mean, it was
it's hard to say what's right and wrong in that situation. Obviously, it was very contentious, but they did what they did. And it says something very significant about that period of time and what everybody was doing, just by the fact that they couldn't hand the first place prize down to the guy who came in second and say it was just this one guy, So anyway, mm-hmm. You guys want to talk more marijuana growing, breeding, or just I like the fact that we go off into, talking about what how do you feel when you're high, and what good is it? And the kinds of subjects we hit today are really fun. I'm glad we stumbled onto that. I don't know if it was planned or not.
Well, yeah, and even Eric, so when he was getting injured in the NFL, especially concussions and stuff, he was using cannabis also to recover from those symptoms. And he tells the story a lot of times that he'd have trouble getting out of bed, and he found sativas really actually to work really well for him. He's not an indica fan, he's a big sativa fan.
I was just smoking Jack Herer earlier, and I had this ball of hash that Frenchie Cannoli gave me not so long ago at one of the events, and it was like, you know what, and I wish you could remind me of that one point when I went off and couldn't remember what the hell I was talking about, because I'm like, I think it was something that was pretty good, but that's, I front-loaded my experience on your show pretty good there. I still get very high. When I was a kid in high school and I started smoking pot with the other kids, they would look at me and go, I wish I could get as high as Rick. Like, look at him, It affected me strongly. And my first trip was like being in a dream world for about 4 hours, it seemed like, And there was another time a bunch of my friends took me, it was two brothers, really. I shouldn't say a bunch of my friends, but guys I knew from high school, really good, close friends, and still are, the Turry brothers, Mike, Nick Turry. And they brought me down to their basement, and they had more pot than I'd ever seen in my life. And they had hash, and they had ways of smoking, like, shotguns and bongs and things I hadn't been exposed to yet. And I was like into motocross, and next thing I know, they're driving us up to this motorcycle shop that we would go to for the motocross stuff. And I'm standing at the counter just like so out of it. Those were the two times when I really feel like, holy shit, I was super, super high. Of course, you get used to it later on. In fact, I think that getting used to it is a subject that you can kind of touch on, and it's interesting too, on the same kind of plane that we're on with the other stuff of, what's the experience of smoking marijuana like? From somebody who, I started at 14 and only gave it up for a couple of years here and there for either sports or school or whatever. But it's always been a part of my life and my lifestyle, and something that I enjoy. Just like many people who can't live without coffee in the morning or something. But one of the things that I learned early on was that, if you go a long time between smoking experiences, it tends to be very intense. I went over months and lived in Scotland with my first wife and my child. My first son, Damien, was born there. And my company needed me to fly out of the country and come back into the country again. And I went by way of Amsterdam. So I'm out for a day, or spent an overnight in Amsterdam, smoked. It was skunk number one at that time. That was like one of the top weeds. It was 1990. 91. So 1991, I'm in Amsterdam, and I hadn't smoked pot for like 3 months. And I took like 2 hits off a joint of skunk number one, and I was in like, oh shit, everybody in the room's looking at me. I don't speak Dutch. They're all talking about me, all that huge paranoia, And then I walk up to the countertop, talk to the girl, and I figured, let me just get out of here, but I'm going to buy like double what I just bought and stash it away to bring it back home so that I can keep it on the side and smoke it in secret when I'm home. And I say to her, as I'm I have a habit of using expressions and forming my thoughts in a unique way, and a chain of words that somebody might not be used to, especially if they're foreigners, right? So I walk up to the counter and I go, hey, could we do that again? And she's like, almost angry, like, will you be more specific? Can we do what again? What did we do? Like, oh, excuse me. I meant that, like, I just like to buy the same thing over again, all the same, and she's like, all right, then, then say that, holy shit. So I think that getting used to smoking weed is a big part of being able to handle it, if you will. Like, people will say, like, oh, I tried marijuana, that I can't handle that shit, makes me way too paranoid, or, it makes me uncomfortable and I don't enjoy myself. It's basically because it's really strong for you because you're not used to it, right? And all it takes is like, I wouldn't say daily smoking, but every few days or something, just keep yourself at a blood level or whatever the fuck you can call it. But you have to have that sort of like, okay, I'm still familiar with this feeling kind of thing rather than, and conversely, if it stops affecting you, you know that you've been smoking way too much, right? You're smoking yourself straight, essentially. I think of marijuana as a self-limiting drug. It's so safe that, you can only enjoy it in moderation. And as soon as you start going over the moderation thing, you start to enjoy it less. And so you're not less motivated to use it as much. And you go right back into the zone again. Like, okay, now I'm using it just enough where I'm enjoying it and it's not too much.
Well, and that's always been the slippery slope of dabs, I think, is that you're smoking such a high, ingesting such a high concentration, and it's great, but then all of a sudden it seems like edibles and even flour seems a little less effective,
Yeah, you're overloading your system and you're paying the price for it. You're saying you can't have it all. It's the cake and the eating it too thing. Like, okay, I'm going to totally blast my system with an overdose of this mild drug that will make it seem even more intense. But then I'm going to complain that, smoking the normal form of it now has very little effect on me for the next few days or whatever it is, right? Mm-hmm. So it's all a math equation. You have to do the math and just say, is it worth it to me to make this compromise with the way I smoke pot? Do I enjoy dabbing that much more that I'm going to pretty much have to say, I'm not a flower guy anymore. I really like just doing dabs when I can, It's Scotch versus beer, maybe, or something,
Mm-hmm. Right.
Do you know Scotch is basically beer that's been distilled, to another level?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a lot of the same. It's all the same ingredients, right?
That's what I'm trying to say. It's like the process is stopped earlier to make beer, but it goes on further, and there's a distillation process of the same basic materials that would then make Scotch, right? There's some variation in that, obviously, but it's to me, you can drink a lot of beer, it's watery and whatever, and it's like smoking flour. Whereas, you have a Scotch and you're going to have much less volume of liquid, but it's going to have a stronger effect on you, and you could imbibe it much quicker and get very drunk very quickly, right? So dabbing and smoking flour could be analogous to that, to me.
So Rick, what do you think about, I think a lot of people think of pot as just different strains of pot as really just being varying levels of THC and strength. But, at least me, and this is just sort of my personal experience with cannabis, is that, for instance, if I'm smoking a particular strain and I find that, I smoke some more and that it's not really having the effect, then I can actually try a different strain. It might have less THC in it, but I'll suddenly feel like it's sort of like that. It's not even just a palate cleanser. It's really like going from one thing to another, and suddenly I am feeling the effects more on a strain that it claims to have less THC. And I'm assuming that's probably the terpenes and my personal physiology and how my body is maybe reacting to certain terpenes. But it's interesting because I don't know that there's studies that maybe people have done that show like a particular terpene may affect him differently than it affects me, than it affects you.
I think there's that, but that's just at the baseline level, like does that cannabinoid profile is what I would rather call it rather than terpenes, because terpenes to me are about the olfactory gland, and the smells of things are terpenes, right? But the active ingredients in marijuana, which get you high or have the effects of getting you high, are THC, CBD, CBDN, whatever, all that whole, there's a whole range of cannabinoids, and the proportions of which in any given strain are going to then flavor the effect that it has on you, like sativa versus indica and everything in between. There's going to be a cannabinoid profile that's like a fingerprint for that strain, or even just maybe one particular female, right? And just like using shampoo, you can have a great shampoo that you love at the beginning of a month. And by the end of the month, you go and you switch to some other shampoo for some reason. You're over at your girlfriend's house or something, and you notice how this normally wouldn't be that as good of a shampoo, but your hair needed a change. It's just so used to those same things being applied to it a day in and day out and then rinsed out, that when you switch up the profile, it's like, wow, my hair came out great today. And I used this cheap shampoo at my girlfriend's house, Sorry, girlfriends don't generally have the cheaper shit. It's usually the other way around. Maybe you've been staying with her for a month and you go home and your cheap shit works better. I don't know. But you get the thing is that you've switched it up. And so now your mind is saying like, whoa, this is cool because it's a different cannabinoid profile. It may not be as high in THC, but it has a different feeling. And I'm digging it this morning, especially that first high of the day. I try to, if I have something new that I haven't smoked yet, and I really want to do a good test of it, well, yeah, it's important to know, does it cut through everything else that you smoked the earlier part of the day and you're really feeling like, whoa, this is potent shit. But the real test, I think everybody should agree, is in the morning, when you get up and you have that first smoke of the day, that's the one that's going to really tell you the flavor and the effect that it has on you most truly. Like your body's so fresh and ready to absorb that high, whereas later in the day you're kind of stale from having gotten high on previous smokes, and each one doesn't really have that burst of freshness, I would call it, of the first high of the day. Maybe that's just me. I haven't had these deep conversations with people before, and it's like a therapy session. We're all opening up here.
Well, it's interesting, Rick.
Does the group agree, or am I crazy?
There is and I don't know what it is, but there's one particular terpene that for me personally comes off as savory. So often if I'm smoking, it's almost like to me it almost tastes like beef.
Yeah. Perfect. I didn't want to cue you, but my whole time as you were just saying that description, it made me think of steak au poivre. That when you have filet mignon and it's been sautéed in the peppercorns, and that flavor is definitely something I've smelled before. And there's a strain called GMO, I believe it's garlic, mushroom, onions. And I bet that would give you that beefy, savory aroma, terpene profile. Are you saying you really like that? Is that something that turns you on?
Well, so it's interesting because I find it to usually be effective, but from a taste perspective, I don't really like it.
Interesting. So here's something that you're suffering through the not so enjoyable flavor for the great effect that it has on you then.
Yeah, and
we all make these compromises in life. Right?
But I also know that it's something very specific to me, because the times that I find that it tastes like that, everyone else around me is marveling at how amazing the weed is, and I'll sort of be like, ooh, it kind of tastes like beef stroganoff to me,
Yeah, all right, beef stroganoff, that's another bouncing around the same kind of flavor. So
yeah, so it's
pure Jack hair.
It's interesting, and also I'm also like Eric is. I'm a big sativa fan. I would prefer.
You'd love this.
Yeah, I typically would prefer a sativa, but for most folks, it's just a lot easier to grow indica. The yields are usually bigger, and so a lot of folks tend to lean that way, and so it's not always.
Well, that's why I created Cinderella 99 back in 1999. Was essentially for those reasons. People were saying, well, much as I'd like to grow sativa, the indica's easier and has a bigger yield and all those things, and so I kind of always felt like you're fooling yourself because those indicas have so much leaf, they look fluffy and big or whatever, but by the time you're done trimming, how can there be much flower left? Whereas sativas are almost all flower and very little leaf, and when you trim them, boom, 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 you just flick off a few leaves and there you are with mostly all nice rock hard flower. So I kind of disagree that people may have that from just reading or not having the real experience of having enough time in the trenches to realize the difference. But with Cinderella 99, the whole thing was grow a sativa result with the growth profile of an indica, essentially. And so Cindy will stay compact in its structure indoors. It won't grow out of control like most sativas of the day were known to do, as well as flowering in a shorter amount of time, 8 or 9 weeks, or even 7 weeks. Some of them were finishing on like 50 days. It's really fast flowering. Great flavor, great high, all that other stuff. So you don't have to grow an indica to get a great result in a shorter amount of time and a great yield and everything. That's why I created Cinderella 99. They called it the holy grail of indoor marijuana at the time. And it's still to this day, there's nothing outdated about it. Everybody still loves it. It's the top seller. Rosetta Stone is a big, up and coming. Grimm glue, the most recent one. I have to say, I'm a little bit humbled. It's one of the best things I've ever done. And I just love the flavor and the high. And I finally have something that I can recommend to people that it's in my menu that leans much more toward indica as the effect. And so, take that with a grain of salt when people say these things, and just know that you can do whatever you want to do. People will say, what's the best yielding strain? Well, it's the best yielding strain is the one that yields the best for you, the way you grow. And I can't necessarily know that you're going to do this method or another and how good you are at even doing that. So it's not just so simple. I guess the point of just this last couple of minutes of talking is that there are many things in the marijuana culture that people think of as like, oh, that's just an accepted fact, when it's not really. There's some old saying about it's not the things that you don't know that trip you up, it's the things that you think you're sure about that trip you up.
Right, for sure.
What we take as, oh, that's just for granted, when it might not actually be true.
So Rick, other than so forgive me. So tell us a little bit about Rosetta Stone, because that's a strain of yours that I haven't heard about before.
I sent a jar of it to Danny Danko in a High Times magazine when we first created it. It's a Rosetta Stone female clone that is of extremely high quality, that when it's just grown by, as a production of Jack Herer, it's relatively fast flowering at about 9 weeks. It's got a very big yield. The flavor is the classic Jack Herer flavor. So this is the mother plant that I chose to create Rosetta Stone from. And I felt that if I have a really good Cinderella 99 to cross with it, I reverse that and make femme seed. So it's Rosetta Stone XX that I recommend to people, and what has been the biggest seller next to Cinderella 99 and Cinderella XX this past couple of years. But Danny Danko actually thought enough of it that, at the end of the year, he put it in the top 10 in the magazine as High Times top 10 of 2018, Rosetta Stone XX by Brothers from Seeds. And he made very special mention of the fact that, I tour the country giving seminars on femme seeds, and he's like, this is the one company where you can rely on, they're going to be all females, So having that plug in High Times, I thought was great. And so that's kind of the backstory on Rosetta Stone, what my conception of what I was trying to do to get into more depth about it is that what are the shortcomings of growing, the actual Jack Herer when you try to buy the seeds? They're not that easy to obtain. They were originally created by Sensi Seed back in the day. And today, the reliability of whether you're getting the real thing becomes very much in question. And is it as good as the old ones used to be and all those things? So having one of the old clones of the original original Jack Herer to create a Rosetta Stone, what I wanted to do was make it so that it's faster flowering, bigger yielding, and you can buy a pack of seeds and get a great Jack Herer type result reliably, for $100, and all females. And so it went over huge. I've had commercial grows buying tens of thousands of the seeds like Rosetta Stone XX and Cinderella XX, because they know this is the guy who is the sort of accepted expert on fem seeds. The the gamble you take when you throw down thousands of seeds and you're going to stake greenhouse after greenhouse after greenhouse through a whole season, you don't want to be gambling with the seeds you buy and end up having problems. So they will come to me and seek me out specifically. And then the results that they get are uniform plants that all have the same flowering periods and the same flavors and aromas and all that other stuff, and no males or hermaphrodites. So from a financial standpoint, it's better almost to start with seed than clones. You know, the seeds, when you're buying tens of thousands, imagine the price goes down significantly. It's not $10 a seed like it is when you buy a single pack of seeds anymore. You know, you may be paying 25 or 35% of that, but you're buying 10,000, 50,000 seeds. And if you think about, what if I did that with clones, what would the price be? You're not going to get a clone for $2 or $3 or 4 even, or it's like 10 minimum. It'd be like trying to get that many. You're paying a lot more for clones. Also, an issue with clones is that how do you get enough of them that are all starting at the same state at the same time? You know, whereas seeds, they're all coming up out of the ground, basically germinating around within days of each other, and they're all going to grow to be identical sizes. And so you're getting a much more uniform and cost-effective crop from buying a large number of fem seeds and putting them down than to try to organize the purchase of thousands of clones that are all going to be delivered on the right day and the right size and, you know, everything that has to be just so for you. It's a lot easier to do it with seeds and more cost-effective. So people have been seeing that and coming to me, and we've been doing a lot of that this past this spring. I guess spring's not over yet. A couple weeks to go.
Rick, I really want to say thanks, and we appreciate you spending so much time with us. And it is a lot of fun to have you on, because
I forget about the time when I'm sitting here talking with y'all. So. Well, I thank you too for having a forum where I can sit and just be myself for a little while and talk without it really sounding like an interview and me having to start from the beginning and tell about myself and so on. So it's mutual, guys. I really appreciate you having me on, and I look forward to seeing you again in the near future.
Yeah, definitely.
Eric, you know, you want some seeds for the cast there, you know, just. You have my email address. You have a way to reach out to me, and I've been known to be.
We would love to get some of
relatively good guy, generous guy, on occasion.
Well, we would. I'm sure we would. We'd be really happy to get some of your amazing sativa seeds.
Guy.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I wish you guys the best the rest of the day. Look at my Facebook page, please. Anybody in the audience who likes this sort of thing and wants to see another version of me being in the discussion with some cannabis folks. Ellen Brown, you know, Ellen Farmer Brown, she's a big advocate, and I believe she even lives out by you all there in the East Coast. She's down Cape Cod.
Yes.
She's a redhead, real vivacious activist for cannabis. And females in cannabis and such.
Beautiful soul.
So she's going to have me on tomorrow on her show. And just look at my Facebook page, Rick Campanella, Mr. Soul, and you'll see a link to it there. And I'll see you guys soon. And I hope to see the rest of the folks who are watching now come and join us tomorrow morning as well.
I said hi.
Right on, man. I'm sure I will. And you can count it. Awesome. Take care, boys.
Thanks so much, Rick. We'll see you soon.
All right.
Have a good one.
We appreciate it. Thanks so much to Rick for spending so much time with us. We actually, it was a long show today, but it was really awesome. And it was like packed, right? Because we didn't do we were doing no BSing today. It was all Erica and all Rick. That was fun.
Dang. That was fun.
One thing we didn't do, and by the way, Rick realized how long he was on, and he's like, oh yeah, no.
Rick,
It felt
keep
like
going.
it wasn't too long. No, Rick just bounced. As soon as Rick was like,
Peace.
Rick was like, oh, it is. It's been a while. So we didn't get Rick to sing with you.
Hell nah, Rick wouldn't have sang.
He would have though. I think he would have.
Hell nah.
I'm pretty sure. But in any case, it sort of feels like it's about that time.
Oh, is that my cue? Is that what you trying to say? You trying
Here,
to tell me to sing? Y'all see how demanding he is? Y'all see this? Y'all see this, right? Y'all see he's like, well, it's about that time. Yeah, that's what he did. Y'all see? He was like, well, okay, it's about that time. Hey, yo, that's when you know. That's when you know somebody trying to get you to do something where they ask you a question, but the question is like a demand. Well, it's about that time.
We don't have to end the show. We just can't keep going. That's all.
It's about that time. It's the end of the show. It's time for us to go. 'Cause we don't want to talk to you no more. And now it's time for us to light up a smoke. Peace.